Hello everybody! Welcome back, welcome back. Let's see. Hi Hydra Fighter, hi Kadia, hi Dylan, hi PK, hi Pills. Hi King, hi Moth. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello Between, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are back. Hey Techno Critter, welcome. Let us get ready, get into it. I do like that effect. I kind of wish the sprites did it as well. Blinking or like wobbling like that. We left off at... we went from film and into photos. Hi Mr. Stizzly, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are gonna... don't know how long the event is. We are gonna try and finish today, but if it's been 4 hours and there's still a Fathoms, maybe we'll save it for the weekend. But let's jump right in. I hope everybody else enjoyed the event. After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of Escorp's back streets distorted with the flash, Endu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze... are those photographs? Get with the program, people. I mean, still, what I really want to know is about the doggy back there. Yeah, the doggy. A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for kumjul, a warding rope, at first, and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the atoms we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Escorp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Will they change when we go back? Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Merceau stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it. Perfect Merceau height. And the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? Keep switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners are busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Meso, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them. Is he used to this? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking, took the film out of the container, and flicked the liquid off it with clean controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There's no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. It wasn't that technical. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? I feel like we haven't had a Manager Bud in a while. There are people in them. I guess it's different from buildings. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. There's baguettes. Gotta make sure. Cause of course, when in France. That's like a nugget hairstyle. They may be wilting, but I do like this color combination. That's interestingly out of focus. If I had to pick one similarity between them though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. No! Our RBG layers are separating. I was about to ask Faust if she also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Chromatic aberration is very serious, Dante. Perhaps it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Meso must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No, I thought you said that docugraphers... Not sure to put like the emphasis there. Docugraphers. Like documentarians, docugraphers. Take these photos to put in canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magasin Sisyphe. Oh! One must imagine Sisyphus happy. I guess if there was one other work we'd be going into, it would be the myth of Sisyphus. There's no known method for external parties to access them. Grand Magasin... Magasin's a store, so Grand Magasin is like a department store? Sisyphe... what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magasin Sisyphe. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can... for exam weeks. I guess I get it. Can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. I mean, presumably they were using it for cheating. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as experience batter. I think we know from like Heathcliff's Uptie story that it is just like mush, but batter. Can we make it into like other stuff then? Experience baguettes, experience cookies, experience cake. The singularity, it has to be something horrible. I was gonna say some brand of human suffering. Experience vapes. Experience batter is supplied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of the subjects, such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs, knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I've seen some before. A staggering amount of money, just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk to help take the picture. Yeah, I guess like... wonder if they had like wartime photographers. I mean, I'm sure there's like other ways of like taking down corporate secrets, but maybe photography sometimes is the only way. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say... maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Ingdu would have seen and remembered. These photos though? They're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? Yeah, when we first went in I was expecting like maybe we're gonna just see a whole variety of scenes and that's how the distortion worked, but we're really only going between N-Corp and S-Corp. There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Ooh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Indu, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need it to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. And we... Han Ji-hoon! We need the whole distortion detective cast here. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. Oh, is that? Yeah. Rhodia was, getting bread. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. The WRC? I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Rhodia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rhodia, you there? Yeah, what? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat! Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna. Just throw them on TF, they're packaged. The floor? I mean, if they're packaged, but even so, it's wrong. It just feels wrong. Ryoshi, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? The scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Marcel had brought me. I can't see anything. Where is the bakery you're at? I think if I had to choose, I would choose baguette over brioche. Hands. Bread queen! She is a queen. You need to call it bread queen if that's the shop. Is that her title or is it the shop? Can we get a croissant? My confession is I don't like croissants that much. I love like every pastry pretty much. I had the choice. Croissant's not my top. And I don't even really know why. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the pictures I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This is back streets. This looks pretty nice. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. Oh, 1 sec, I forgot to put my phone on its stream setting. There we go. Back? Yeah. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately though. And those coworkers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, Oda showed the baker another photograph. Probably? He was always wearing one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead executive manager. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but... It's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. I took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh. Nice expression work there. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in the docograph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docograph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that. This way, I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Misso, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels, to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess, mine own soul is much tempted. What's the catch? It differs from pursuing a dream. There's the face again. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience batter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. Here's a question. How many new expressions are we gonna get in Merso's new Kanto 10 sprite sheet? Cause it like doubled in the April Fool's event. When we got like the roadie expressions, but how far are we going here? More than you think, less than you hope. I'm very curious. Cause I mean, it depends where we're like going with him. See, like he can be very expressive. I wonder, I mean, the sort of where we've been going, I mean, besides, what went on with the sun? Did he distort? He has a big theme of sort of like experimentation, particularly with like the Forsaken Murderer, ego. If we distorted, I wonder if you could get the like distortion canned experience from him. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memories altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped within one's own hands. That almost seems like at least first or second-hand experience. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. Oh. So, how much will you be buying? By what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding out my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? It is the polite thing to do. Her case was on point, actually. Where the whole group gathered around, the passerbys gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the heck are you keeping all that, then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later. They already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expense is made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Hi, friend. Oh, nice! Sesame rice bun for me, please. Oh, that sounds nice. Was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Waste of bread! Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next. Press F. Roof and all. Best to get away from here. Manager. Misso approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I've completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move over a bit, let me have a look too. How big are they? It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Yeah, cause, I mean, at least the film I've always seen has always been quite small. You need like a projector. Is this the same person every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Oh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Yeah, like a film recording. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book. A flip book. In the exact same spot in every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher, until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch were all made the same way. Are you saying that this is... It's a continuous sequence of still images. The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Like, we know it's a taboo, but to hear, like, how a film strip works, done so dramatically, was fun. Here we go. Taboo! I think we will borrow... We'll borrow Ishmael. We're not getting like...
벌써요? 매뉴얼을 좀 더 꼼꼼히 읽고 가야... 네.
I think she's...
자유로워.
대상 확인했어. 화점에 두지.
출장이군.
부르.
We'll do like that.
맞군.
I don't think we'll need backups for now.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
When I can grab Honglu, then we'll add him. Oh no! As soon as I registered Miss So's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. I mean, we didn't make it. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Vergilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big a deal at the end of the day, since I could revive the sinners, but... and Corp, a whole different story. Some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Oh, Ryoshi loves it. He's having a great time. Miss Faust, what will happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying, and we'll all be fine. NCorp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? I like Ezra being sort of the level-headed one here. I feel safe with her around. When NCorp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be a-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But... Team leaders said that NCorp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations... Oh, interesting. Frame rate. Image quality or frame rate can impact this. NCorp won't be sticking their fixers on our butts right away, and that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it may be. Cause what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. Oh, does recording impose this like competitor to canned experience? So even if we're really, really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. $360p or less, 240. 5 FPS. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. I mean, if you make the FPS too high, then you get that, like, you do get, like, a really upsetting, uncanny effect, too. So, I trust that you are knowledgeable in the subjects concerning NCorp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Meso. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Meso to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gathered around Otis and looked up towards the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observed closer, the stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. Anyway, there's a fight coming. That's when bamboo-hatted Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a Backstreets dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subjects move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Phew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh? But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary is nothing on being an actual wing employee, but still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Works for a subsidiary long enough, you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in a 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Yay, Ishmael content! Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled bamboo-hatted Kim, because he suddenly whipped around towards her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and inched on and on till he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera, and another with the next. Until eventually, he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It had made those folks violators of the taboo. Maybe he was just trying to make people happy by showing nice footage. Why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? Yeah, I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet's blokes down for anything long as there's a coin. Huh, so how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, wasn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tell people it look like they're involved with what we're looking for. So they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Convention. Fortunately, we don't have these ideas, Rhodia. Indeed. At architecture conventions, there'd be those in formal white shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. That... I mean, you might just end up at, like, cosplay photo shoot instead. Follow the cosplayers. Uh-huh. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellows to look around like they're scanning the area? Do they also go around checking people against photographs? They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Huh? The finger bell is just a con. Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope, this crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Okay, Ezra and Indu again. Icy and reticent. Still the same. Okie dokie. Oh. Is that the one with intelligence gathering? And let us begin. Anyone? Maybe with some resonance. Yeah, okay, favored. And everyone, here we go.
시연합니다.
Okay, nice. I love the shutter sound in the background. Not quite. Defeat of my own making. I want your ego. But I'm not gonna pull Valpurgis soon.
이연. 무아몽중.
Oh, that's such a cool effect. Five in a gloom. Might have to one-side that. Oh, Ezra's taking it. Oh, that one. You have protection. Okay.
그려낸 대로. 나쪽 황도치 숨을 다하도록 배양해.
That works out. After doing a little bit of Arcanite, the pity making tends to give you something at like 10 pulls. 50 pulls to 10 pulls about. And I would still take like the shard system over that, but it is nice.
아비 교환.
전술 시야 전개. 오제트의 눈으로.
We'll leave that. Let's that on someone else. I'll wait another turn.
그려낸 대로.
I would like some like non-seasonal units. Cause like the N Corp, like these guys look so cool. And we had Wayfarer Company, the last Intervallo. There's too many cool units. I wonder if we'll get like Keith and Rhodey on the same banner. Oh yeah, Bokak. I wonder, you know, I'm thinking back at, since we got this like upscale sort of buff ego, I guess Ishmael could get one during like spring cultivation Bokak. I wondered if she'd get a haze show, because I really like fan art of hers, like the tiger haze show. Who would you give the Allen ID to? I'll let you do that. I need to think. Okay, we can get some okay Pride Resonance here. Your skill 3's coming up. Oh, wrong. That's okay. Ooh, yeah, you can take that one. We don't even like really know the Wayfarer fighting style necessarily, which is part of what makes it like so appealing, I would say. Because I just want to know. I don't have like a super obvious answer. Sometimes although I can't say I would have predicted like Kira male or Endu Ishmael. I do tend to like looking at the schedules to like make guesses about who's due for what. Hey doggo, you want up? Like here, came to see the ego.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 저는 지금이군요.
Oh, quick, we gotta speed it up. Get rid of the horrible noise. Maybe it's too high for her to be able to hear it. Not very interesting. No, I was gonna do that.
이 순간이 다 베어내리.
Even with their interesting extra skill, these fights are probably pretty autoable, but autoable, win rateable. I'm a free 9. I like that too. Pursuit. Oh yeah, okay, so 2/3. Sick! Got a fish. Fish for ish.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
Okay, just a straight up fight. Favored. Could go for some resonance this turn. Wonder if this is what people see when I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Depends what's on the field. If it's a tier fight. Perhaps.
포위만 구축.
Tier duel. It's still like my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Image of all time is the like YCS tier lament pile. I'll see you later, Gig. I really like the Afraid Dog emote. I've always wanted to, it just nothing's ever felt right. I don't know how to encapsulate all of Afraid Dog into a singular emote.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Just looking up at that. You're too strong, too powerful. You have so much heart, little dog. I don't think a singular 25 by 25 pixel image can contain all of that heart, that soul. Minimalist dog drawing competition winner. No, I don't. I think I need to see that. Who else's? 6. Otis, you're gonna have to take something. Your bestest. Leave the. Oh, you're taking the counters. That's fine. Oh, why did? Sorry. Why did you crash VTube Studio? One sec. We'll get tracking back up. Good. Okay. The calibrated right. One sec. Gonna calibrate. Okay. Feels so weird seeing 9 people in the field. We're getting up there. I hope it's not being picked up. She's snoring a little bit. Yeah, Ezra, you take that for now. Who's got the... They've gotta be building up to the 12th center. 12th center. They've gotta be. I'm impressed they've held off on it for this long. We're gonna die, but
네 상대는 나야.
Inferno finale. Oh, absolutely. I feel like I wouldn't know what to do with myself with all 12 sinners on the field. There's like so much decision making.
오랫한 검의 길에 한 걸음 더.
I wonder if there's any. I wonder if it'd be harder with certain statuses. If you like have to clash with 12 of them.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나. 참, 지금이군요.
Okay, we'll save resonance for another turn. Do that. Really. Okay. You're fine, Ezra.
발광. 차단.
Oh. I guess only 25 sanity, but a full 12 center middle team. That'd be fun. Now that the middle team's a lot more developed, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I think I need to do a mirror dungeon run. I don't know if I'm gonna get to use it in Refraction Railway now. I screwed up my team building a little bit and I'm sad. I feel like the next section it looks too Heisho focused. Just let Ezra tank that. 12. Do your Thor Kalja. That one. And who's got the flower? I always miss it when it's on like when we have the Phantom Trace and the flower. I always end up missing it.
벤다면 사월을 건너.
귀와 요격.
I haven't seen like the overall review of her, but it just looks pretty good. Thorkel just has to be. The two of them have to be some of my favorite ego designs overall.
무언가를 잡으려 애썼을 때.
I mean, if I had to make like an ego design tier list, I actually don't know what I'd do. There's so many good ones. But tier lists are so hard for me. It's why I haven't done even like the Kanto and the like Intervallo tier list in a while. Just because I don't know what I'd do. I don't know if I could. What I can do. Oh, it is hard. Oh, yeah, the sodas. And I ironically like using the sodas. Although I have to give like Soda Honglu one of the best animations. He is an honorary magical girl. What would Thread Spin 5 Soda be like? I can actually see them doing it because they're just not great. But I don't know. And he made a Honglu as just like a better healing ego. I think it would be have a perfectly fine little niche. But I can't think of ever using Ryoshu's. I mean, well, part of the problem is it's competing with Forest for the Flame, which is one of the best base egos, but oh no. Not that. Why does it always break? It always breaks my map. Getting there. Pursuit 2, just okay, slightly different. Oh. Hello. Hello. Fish for ish. I could. Oh, right, did it just say clear stage? Oh, that's always a fun one. Maybe we'll bring some backup. Why not? And bleed back up. Make sure it's slash. I don't think I equipped everyone. Let's just do that quickly. I think we'll keep what is cast. And now, totally missing Envy. What am I missing out on then? I think nothing. I mean, chains could be nice. Nothing amazing. I've never heard another person having that problem. Ryosu just has problems with me specifically.
전시 준비는
드디어 내 차례냐?
사냥감을 찾은 건가?
Hey, with these extra backups, why don't we instead...
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다. 전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
Why don't we instead do something like just get a little bit of extra bonus.
사냥감.
대원하겠습니다.
Yeah, that's fine.
대도의 시간이군.
You may face a difficult battle. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Looks to be on the escort side maybe? Hardly a challenge. What a WOT. Waste of time. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service de Clous is not a combat specialized department. While they all have undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. I want the, like, out-of-combat reason for why they take it, because obviously there's a combat mechanical reason that's built into the fights. What's the reason? What are they stepping away for then? Whisper behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in their report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Ellipses. Merceau stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Merceau? I was struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness. I was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him that this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that. An answer, nothing more. Yes, as a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, "Sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. You can't force somebody who doesn't want to speak, or... I don't think pushing someone who can't find the words is the right option either. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Oh, wiggle. Of that. He spoke, with a new expression. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Merceau's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. They must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha, be right there. Oh, building fight. Just putting Doggo down. Just like where we met Indu. And Kim. The brief lull of battle came to a close. And battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Merceau had predicted, we made our way into the building. Oh, we got Oh, look at that. Look at that projector. Oh, look at all these film reels. It's such a good aesthetic. My doggy, she's here. She's just on the floor now. Just sitting right next to me. So I'm just admiring the background art for a moment. I love the just aesthetic, the film strip aesthetic. I have some washi tape that looks like film strip that I like to use. I don't know, putting like realistic photo collage. I don't know why it's so good at making things look creepy. I wonder if there's like an actual reason. I mean, because they use it for horror in like Undertale and Madoka, but it works. I think there is just something unsettling about realistic mouths in a non-realistic setting. I guess like teeth in general are sort of... We can see the like... Can't quite make that mouth. This face. Eyes as well. Eyes as well. Definitely eyes as well. Particularly if they're like, you know, looking all around. And there's a wheelie chair for some reason. Well, yeah, them folks we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing after all. Are those the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appear just as confused as we were. Then do we have to fight? It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. Is canned experience like permanent experience? Or temporary? I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report? That one of them's that could be anything. All of a sudden. With a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I'd seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chiuno-kun's face in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. I'm sure you heard from me a very commanding voice. Ugh! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shoot! I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man. Folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Indu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in N-Corp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, The N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindingly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You're under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a brool of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Clang. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo-Hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still end up finding this place. Repeating. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted? Past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Do you want to know? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp's employees' attacks. As though he was goading us into telling him the truth. I can imagine Endu didn't want to say anything. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, it must have wielded the only thing I've really known. The blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run. A mere ant before a car in motion to a swerving driver. Oh. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. This is one of those moments that's like... You need the voice acting. I remember Time Killing Time, which I think that moment was always effective, but the Time Killing Time Fathoms was just like... exponentially more arresting when you had the like slowed down voices. What you got for us, Merso? In that split second, I think I saw Merso's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. No, ellipses are like the most important character moment. We know this. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its darn time coming back. And when it did... The first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of Escorp, followed by Bamboo-Hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Junokun. Mentor! Keep that up and it'll shout me deaf, Endu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat. that they might bind and drag you away. Yeah, this isn't so bad, is it? Just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first. We have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... well, that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. The one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Folks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. Can we meet the doggy now? As Merceau identified, there was something different about the group of Chuno-kun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. Oh, hello. A warrior with impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. You look cool. That armor, and a great Hondo of the Sal Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung... or, excuse me, drew a bow that hung from the waist guard and knocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyong-op, how do you fare, friend? At the signal arrows loosing, seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chuno-kun began to swarm us. You look cool! You look so cool! Oh, you too, doggy. This is our Kim. No Kim helping us. Oh, are we gonna jump back and forth? What do we have here? There we go! Now they're twitching! Flash Phenomenon. Im Gyong-op. Big shield, 6,000 health. We'll have logs, escort, court circle, Sal. Okay, let's start sanity, develop memories. We got the fragile and deal extra damage. Double the effect inflicted by the coins of the Bow of the Homeland Sal arrowless skill. Okay, one sec. Do you want it back up, doggy? Let's look at these statuses. Memory transition. Turn in and lose one stack. At one stack, retreat at turn end and transition into a different location. Okay, so you're not gonna come with us, because I was like, what's your end court form? When returning to the field, based on current battle form of the homeland, gain or lose number of turns spent in retreat, swordplay of the homeland. Oh, okay, Sal stack. When in battle form of the homeland, bear hunt, gain stack. When in battle form of the homeland, tiger hunt, lose stack. Battle form of the homeland, bear hunt, assume different battle form of the homeland after 3 turns. Use a pattern made of single coin skills. Im Gyong-op gains advantage at higher swordplay of the homeland, Sal stack. You're gonna have, okay. The mountains of Escorp's District 19 are home to all manner of beasts. Amongst them, the bear in particular, both strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliff in a landslide. Giving ground to the creature's charge is ill-advised. One must aim to hew it down in the first slash of the blade. min stack 1, max stack 9. On skill use, at min or max stacks, convert all coins. This unit uses into unbreakable. Min or max stack. Skill, base power, and coin power shift based on stack. 1 to 2. Okay, so we're balancing. We're sort of balancing base power versus coin power. Interesting. Interesting. Dujong Brigadine. When getting this effect, oh, it's a great track. When getting this effect, gain shield equal to 10% of this unit's max HP for every stack. Min 1. Rounded down, shield gain due to this effect does not expire at turn end. Defense level down, so shield for defense level down. Extra slash damage. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of this unit's max HP. Okay, the memory transition. So gain stack versus lose stack. Okay, and here is Tiger Front. Use a pattern made of multi-coin skills. Gains advantage at lower stack. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through a tiger's flesh with a single stroke. Only a relentless flurry of chain slashes can overwhelm the creature until it's felled at last. Fail to do so, and the tiger will escape death, or best its opponent, to one day grow into a sanguine, a lord of the mountain. Whether these beings will grant auspicious fortune on men or return as a malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. I don't know much about like Korean mythology specifically, but this is what I love learning. I love learning about it. Take 30% less damage from all the statuses. Gain the effects of fixed panic. If this unit is panicked at turn end, reset SP to 0 or to 45. Oh wow. Upon entering the encounter for the first time, gain 5. Expire. Oh, okay, when it expires, we're not going to be going for you. So we're just doing the. Okay. And do we know? Okay, so we're just focusing on the. Yeah, just going for shield, really. I guess we might have a rematch? The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp's Dujong Brigadine is one such armor. Like a mech suit. Much like R-Corp's powered armor suit and the full-plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Dujong Brigadine greatly augments the user's offensive and defense combat capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean that armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as with all aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Dujong Brigadine's extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. Counter start, gain 5 Swordplay of the Homeland, assume a different battle form of the Homeland. This unit has shield, gain poise count. When the following conditions are met, use a pattern that includes Bow of the Homeland, Araloo skill. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a scary red coin skill. When this unit lost all clashes 2 turns in a row, does not check for unopposed attacks. And the turn after the turn which this unit spent in stagger, when in low morale or panic, the Sword of the Homeland, S-Corp's traditional art of swordsmanship, is also divided into 3 branches, Tao, Pi, and Pyo. Within their teachings exists techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature such as sanguines. They have colossi. To perform them in full, the swordsman must wield a great hondo capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. Okay, and we have mismatched memories, which is giving you more than 5. You get fragile. Martial arts of perseverance. On clash win, gain +2 poise count 2 times per turn. If the target this unit's skill hit is less than 5 bleed potency, inflict 1 bleed plus 2 bleed count. At attack end, once per turn, 2 times per turn, prioritize main target. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. Then there are those who are blessed with talent, only to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes for this blade of mine to raise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my prowess. Splitting memory. Okay. Ox Splitter. Poise, final power for bleed, bear splitter, poise, bleed, at 6 plus void, convert into unbreakable, but does have clash lose effects, unmet. Sword of the Homeland, style, reassume stance, what's that one? Unaffected by swordplay of the Homeland, style, unclashable with assist units, prioritizes sinners, if target skill is assist defense exclusive skill, convert into unbreakable coins. Okay. Clash lose 3. If target skill is assist defense exclusive skill, and then swordplay of the Homeland. So we want to keep it at 5 stack. This is my understanding. Oh, Clash Start. Clash Start, lose 3, Swordplay of the Homeland. Clash starts only when you're clashing. If target skill is assist defense exclusive skill, this effect does not activate. On hit as an unopposed attack, or on hit against target that used assist defense exclusive skill, gain 2 swordplay. Okay. So depending on whether... So that's how we're gonna keep track of it. Is it worse to have it higher or lower? But we don't want min or max because unbreakable. I think coin power is scarier, so I'd rather have it... Okay, we do have Ezra and Indu. I think what we want to do is... We do want to get rid of the other guys, although it might be easier when you're missing. We will work on our clashes like this. Wait. She? Should have guessed. She. Ah, she must look so cool. I love a giant woman in armor. Where are you going? You're struggling. You're dominating. We will... We'll just clash what we have to. I don't want... and do necessarily... taking that. We will if we have to. Favored. Roll 2. Where's that one going? You are doing assist defense. Okay. I think we'll just work on our... Focus a little bit on the sanity for now. Combat start. Would like to Crit damage up. I think we don't want to let that. Ezra can take a bit. But we will focus on trying to get some ego up, particularly around Thoracaljas.
시연합니다.
One.
이 순간이 다
I think we will need
태어난 일이다.
a bit of Thoracalja, and I guess Merso can handle. He does have pursuance on him.
숨을 다하도록 베어내구만.
네 상대는 나야.
Okay, so went up to 7.
실력에게 불확실한
Now you
것은
got
없네.
a Bear Spine Breaker. So now we're at. Now we want to bring it down a bit through clashing. If I'm understanding all this. Clash start, okay. We will clash with it, but let's see. This should make sure. Go down. Ryoshu will be going for that. There's Indu. Struggling. Ezra's fine. Ezra's fine. Okay. Bear Spine Breaker. Oh, okay, yeah, 7+. At 8+ poise, deal 40% damage on critical hit. Final power +1 for every 4 bleed. At 7+, convert all coins into unbreakable coins and deal plus 20% damage on critical hit. Oh, there's a clash lose. Damage dealt by the skill cannot stagger the target. Slash resist down this turn and next turn. Bleed and +3 bleed count. Oh, and we also have this one. Sal Sword Homing. So these will cancel each other out, basically. Lose to... Guess we'll let that go unopposed. Make sure these are being taken care of. Neutral. Struggling. Well, we know what that means. Stack management minigame. I feel like we haven't had a fight like this in a while. But it's quite... Ezra, you could take that. A little bit more room to breathe when... As long as she doesn't resummon. I ignored the gimmick and it mostly worked out fine. I want to know what mostly means. Probably overthinking it right now, but it's good practice for Electro. Oh yeah, this is gonna be... But it is not me if I'm not overthinking something. Well, Endu will let us see the animations. I super enjoyed the Ricardo Reflect trial.
아름다운 것.
Okay, so now you're at 4.
미래를 과거와 같이
And at 2, okay. So now it needs to go up. Okay, let me get back to. Ooh! Wiggle. Oh, it's almost your supper time, doggy. This stuff has such a good feature. I want to hope they saw. I want to give Another Whale credit for seeing this. My Paralyze is really nice. And like they gave it to us because they saw what a good idea it was. It's huge. It's so huge. So I missed the Rufo Reflect trial, so I don't have like huge frame of comparison, but Ricardo in particular I just find I guess it's a good like once in a while fight because I still feel like there's nobody else really plays like the middle. I guess like the way our fights are designed with paralysis. So let's get this going. I'll light the path forward. Rather make sure we get that. Hi, King! Normal mode required 18 turns while hard mode required 24, which made hard mode easier to ace. Toho Mountain of Faith, one of the bosses is harder on the easy difficulty than the normal. Because the bullets are slower, which actually makes them like clog up your screen more. Oh, I forgot to. That's okay. Offset that. Okay, the Thoricalja going. Fast forward, fast forward.
기억하나요?
살을 베어
이 순간이 다 베어내리라.
운명적인 죽음을
Hey. Oh, oops. There they are. Okay, so that does bring us more, and then so I guess we have 3 turns for this if we wanted. So you could heal. We need more sloth. That's okay. Have I tried Genso Shoujo Tyson? No, but I have heard of it. I have heard of it. I guess we can also do this to... Actually, what happens if we, like, attack it? one stack, transition. I assume maybe if we... Maybe if we kill it, it will end this sooner. Let's... I wouldn't mind, like... getting rid of these guys here and getting a bit more breathing room. Oh, first tool distortion. I hadn't thought about it like that. Yeah, I was kind of expecting like a camera headed. I saw your bleed. I was expecting like a camera-headed person. I guess we already did sort of the... Actually, I'm surprised we haven't had a reference to the distortion detective. Oh, like camera distortion. I don't know if objects are like... Is it the worst case scenario for distortion? Okay, Ezra's going for it. Doggy. Okay, yeah, let's just... We should be... Where are we for Furioso? 3. 3. Or 5. I've heard so many good things about Price 2017. I think it's too scary for me, but I love this. I love that change. You're only doing... It's already lost its mind, so it probably doesn't care. That was sort of my question. Okay, so now I think we just kind of have the opportunity to wail on you a little bit. Actually, we should... Let's let you work on this for a moment. And I want to... because I do want to use... So gain 3, what are you at? No, I'd rather just lose that. Okay, so getting close. What's the scariest media you've experienced? I'd have to think about that. Higurashi was tough. Oh, go Ezra! Take that! Oh, doggo, you're in my my cable. I mean, for me, what I cite now is when all my friends told me the menu wasn't too scary, and I had nightmares. I need to think about it because there's probably stuff I wiped from my memory. Okay, unironically, Five Nights at Freddy's. I never even played that, but conceptually, the imagery is really scary. Tiger Hunt, Tiger Splitter, Tiger 2, Clash Start. Okay. Can you do that? Go for it, Ryoshu. Save that for like a better res. Not great skills here. Okay.
그대는 어디까지 가고
이
있을지.
순간이 다 베어내리라. 몰아치는 것을 처절한 원망.
Nice, 0 damage.
이제
Scariest horror I can handle. Lobotomy Corporation, maybe? This? Oh, go and do! Go and do! No! Oh, we get to see something cool though. We almost do the shield. And then after we do this boss, I'm gonna take a short, like, make tea break. And feed the doggy. Okay, here we go. Okay, where are we at? 4. Clash start lose. Okay, so we'll just let one of them. Does anyone actually like resist? Oh no, don't worry. I know. I get it about the menu. But I just think it's a good illustration of my limits. Okay, and how's yours? Yeah, you're at 45. Could throw out Pursuance if I wanted, but I think we're doing okay.
참살.
이 순간이 다
500.
격정의 마음을 모방하겠소. 제한 종료.
뜻을 해금하겠네.
이 상처를 기억할지.
I shall set my form aright. Photo finish! Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but I don't know if I've said it. I am I find the way like Project Moon wants to depict battle damage delightful. Just throw a lot of texture. Not too much on the face though. Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Edu were here to help us out. But... shite, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Boy, don't you go legging it again. The big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's flawed, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. Kim? You have a secret weapon here? With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyong-up, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... oh, he is helping. Endu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Gyeonop or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome our current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news. We are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Where is Virgilius, anyway? Yeah, seems that way to me, too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon, at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe... during the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, he says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Right, keywords! Word association. This one seems to be a location-type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Who wants to play Wordle? Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Photo, recording, canned experience, S-Corp, distortle. Honaima provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. Please let us play this minigame. First things first, one of them has to be photograph. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Isang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the back lines. There was an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what caused his distortion. It must have aught. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that, was the core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Fausts. Alright then, photograph, canned experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Oh, right. The RGB separation. Are these kind of photographs they use to make canned experience? Batter! So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it's clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, to wit. He's been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information has tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man. A man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path toward Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. That would have been useful earlier. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I'd seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I'd seen that look once, in the past. Though it would be accurate. It would be more accurate to say that I'd heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Bingo! Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed. Opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we will be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then. The gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Oh, did they have to stay behind? Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament, so some managed to disengage from the battle to prepare to enter the Dungeon of the Fathoms, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. No! I want you to come with! We need your moment. We need your little, like, cutscene moment. Hearing that, bamboo-hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Fair enough. Is that really what he thinks? That was something in his eye. There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was more than about just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... WTF. Huh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easier for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms that distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. Yay! We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Couldn't be me. Our eyes, shaky scabbard, vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. I'm keeping that one. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You'll make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Modus felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. That was basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Well, guess I'll just have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but... Seems I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Indu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you needed one? What an incredible dynamic. A mere jest, you needn't worry. Victory! Oh man, there's a fan artist that drew particularly a lot of like Jun, Indu, and Kim. I need to see what they think. Cause it all got flipped on its head. Okay, it's working, and there's the fathoms. Okay, we can do it.
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
Yay! I'm glad they give you like just enough. I'm glad they give you just enough now. Let you do it before like the final. We're gonna skip the story for just a moment.
노비면 노비답게, 죄인이면 죄인답게. 이 오랏줄에 묶이시길.
I'm gonna be curious to we'll go back to this. That background. I'd prefer when they took 500. I do agree with that. I'm glad there's enough that we can get them before like the dungeon or the final fight, but it would be nice to use them for a bit more. Sure. Okie dokie. Okay, now we can use that. Oops, not what I needed. And I'm curious. Press the dungeon boss. I think we can make it till the end. I'm just gonna make some tea and give the doggies some food. And then I'm gonna be so curious. I want to know what people think of this bamboo-hatted Kim. When I get to read the discussions and look at the fan art. I'm sure people are having fun with the art. Okay, so I'll be back in a moment. I'll put Ish to watch over everything. And yeah. Hello. Just finishing some cookies. Okie dokie. I like the like EX objective. Suppress the dungeon boss. Like, we're not gonna be doing that anyway. Another thing I like from Arknights is the medal sets. There's like... we get like a series of like extra objectives. Probably a bunch you'll fulfill during the event anyway, but they always and you get little medals, and then if you get all of them you get like a big medal and then you can display them. But they just, I mean, one thing I really like about Arknights is just the graphic design. The UI design is incredible in every step, so I just, not only are they just like a fun little extra thing to do during events, but they also just look really cool. Oh wait, I don't need support. I need support Ishmael, that's what I'm doing. Fish for Ish. Where did you go? There you are. Oh wait, you're the one with no eco. I would like the one with eco if possible. Please. Thank you. I think we're okay. I didn't have like huge problems. This X is extremely bland. They tried to do more than clear and 10 turns once, then they stopped. Yeah, there's like the checkup extra missions. I like those. And we do get like missions for the Valpurgis stuff, which are okay. They're fine. But if they're like unique, we do have like I do really like our sort of customizable banner with all the tickets. If we could get like more unique stuff from that. But like nice little cosmetic things. Here we go.
문을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. Oh, look at these colors. Oh, what a good look. Oh, the contrast is so good. One thing, Middle Otis I think does it the best because she's the most burn. But her sort of like her like burn effects, the like orange yellow contrasting with like the purple of the middle looks so good. I want more middle but with like that look. Those like effects particularly. So this is S-Corp 2, right? You know, I can't say I was expecting this to be an S-Corp event. It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp's streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp-themed haunted mansion. It is a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Me too, Ryoshu. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the street they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I've contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga, thatched roofed house, and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine. Yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now will witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. On fire! I guess this is a sort of imagery I mean, just the older buildings on fire, not this specifically from the last canto with the hell screen. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Gyeonop. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. Oh, you look so cool. You look so cool. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive, the work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me. I want these IDs. She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in Warstrider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Yong-op of the Principled of the famed Im family? You're certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the Principled. Not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as the... as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you're so bound by your precious principles that you'd rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer rank 2nd Ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I would never let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You got a friend in us, don't you? Oh. Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled. Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes. I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. Im Gong-up rolls with the punches. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, Bamboo Rain Hat, a man who had once intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet with a sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state councilor's sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives. Yet the reality is that I merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have towards the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment. Just word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo-Hatted Kim, thank you. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one. I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners. I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me a free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. Sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps. Yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond? They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in that age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Sukjon, rock tossing. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. Fie on thee! That is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. The people of Peo and Sal in particular found it to be distasteful, yet they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, there's so much. I mean, we are getting a bit of S-Corp lore here, but I want it laid out in like a D&D rulebook. I need the wiki page. I need to see how this all works. Oh, curious. Then it is a right deed, or a deed not right. Yo, Sal? Whatever is it that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Valpipio Agro-Industries. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Valpi and Pyo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pyo, responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher once toiled at S-Corp, he must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. I feel like when the game's telling you it tried to be a fair and balanced system. Not gonna work out quite right. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied, the Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers, blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims to be the position of the chief state councillor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councillor, toadies to Sal and raises to the seat of the left state councillor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Oh ho! Then the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? But yes, and of course, the 3 colors. Sorry, I'm just thinking, where? I don't suppose Kanto 10, 11, or 12 are going to be set in S-Corp, but I can see this definitely being a future setting. I'm sure we'll go to every district at some point, but... I mean, I guess this is just to give us a taste for a while, but... I want more... Oh yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat? Crash, that's good. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to be readily received, their scarlet aura bonds, the gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them. Until now. Well, if that is your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want it to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when you'll stop being a sword and... So when you'll stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Aww, it's such a sweet face. Oh, I like how bright her blue eyes are with the rest of the outfit. Return to this chogo when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ah! This is a funny one, hmm? Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in Escorp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the right state counselor, who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than the military commissioner of Escorp. Endu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It's news to me that you had ties to a second ordnance official, a military officer with a command over higher-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state counselor, who's a first ordnance, you know. Well, that might be true yet. Yeah, you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from Escorp? Yes. Your silence over matters of such great import is why I've come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home, for Escorp availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, mentor. I'd rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kin looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. We followed without a word. Here we go. Okay, well, let's see what we run into. What do I plan to do for 10k subscribers? I don't think that'll be for a while, so I didn't really have any plans, but I should say I should have some... Hopefully some fun show off some cool stuff. Stream fairly soon. Four choices: the wind-howling path, the path that smells of blood, the silent path, the path loud with the sounds of clashing swords. Karaoke. Well, I am hoping, actually, seriously this time, to start vocal lessons soon. Wind howling. Maybe we'll get to meet the doggy if we take the wind howling path. Aura bond. On crit against enemy, inflict one bind next to... On hit using a skill against enemy that is bind, poise. All enemies that bleed gain offense level down equal to bind. Cool. All allies gain 3 poise. Should we go straight through the middle?
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
The other thing I hope with vocal lessons is I have such I mean, you know, I've heard it can't help with like the fact that my throat gets tired so easily. Hateful Blade Lineage Salsu. I'll take a look at these first. But I wish, like, I went like 3 hours and my throat starts to really hurt. And I always thought I'd get better at it, but even after years. But I hope maybe I'm doing something wrong. Oh, Kim's here. Okay. Yay! Okay, we'll take a look at you in a moment. Start with bleed and slash damage up. Okay, the last breath. If this unit is defeated, apply 5 poison, 2+ poise, count on all Blade Lineage allies next turn. At 20+ poise potency, equip slash series on the leftmost slot. Bearing of the Salsu. 1 poise count, lose 10 HP instead of losing poise count. Deal missing HP percentage on self divided by 2 damage on critical hit using base skills. A breath taken together. When gaining poise potency using this unit's own skills and coin effects, apply 1 poise on an ally does not have poise. Lots of poise. Turn start, if Bamboo-Headed Kim is on the field, gain 1 slash damage up and +2 bleed count. Then hit Splitting Memory. Striker Stance. Clash lose. Oh, it's negative coin. Clash lose. Poise. Bleed. Slash series. Slash series, more clash lose, base power -13, skill cannot stagger, counter. And Kim! Okay, you do have a sprite. You're definitely gonna do something cool. 81! Blade Lineage, LCD, Blade Lineage Syndicate. Draw the sword. Question mark offense level. Okay, poise bleed. Poise, poise, poise. Yield my flesh. 30 -8. Targets the skill slots that has the highest max power. Until the skill ends, take -2% damage from attacks for every poise on self, and then -80. Clash power -1 for every poise. Cannot be staggered. Gain 5 poise. Clash lose. Use to claim their bones after being hit. Cannot use. Yield my flesh until next turn. Overthrow! To claim their bones. This is gonna be like the better claim their bones. 40% damage for every attack weight. Coin power +2 for the final coin. Bleed count. Fugitive. Upon entering the counter for the first time, gain brand no. Interesting. Bearing of a Salsu, Swordplay of the Homeland, Pride Resonance. Yep, Pride Resonance. Blade Lineage Mentor. When gaining poise, skill apply 1 poise. Blade Lineage allies apply 3 poise potency +2 poise count. Yield my flesh to claim their bones. Excuse me. In this encounter, when this unit takes damage that brings its HP down to 0, nullify that damage, drop below 1. At 30+ poise potency, fix this unit's speed to 20 next turn and equip Yield My Flesh on the leftmost skill slot. Yield My Flesh becomes inaccessible due to a skill effect. This effect does not activate. Okay. This man unironically has a level comparable to the Nurse Fathers. I mean, I have to say, I think Kim is like one of the most viable pages for the longest time.
조심하세요. 노비인 줄 알고 묶어둘 뻔했잖아요.
그대는
Talk to your Kipe. It's like he will last you to the end of the game. Oh, look at that. It's like him and Eugene are like the early pages that stay really relevant.
멈춰.
시원합니다.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
I mean, not just is he like early but viable. He will carry you.
참. 그,
전부 잡아드리죠.
Oh, there he goes. Let's see this. Look at that. He is going to be carrying us.
심장. 잠깐 참.
Oh, he did have a bit of the Sans eyes.
귀와 요격. 연수가 이어졌다. 낯설고 수밖에. 귀와 요격. 그냥 삼수.
Or regained. He never lost it. He never lost it. I'm telling you, it's all Gatmoy. Excuse me. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. Directions. Let's ask my group if they can help. Probably have a bonus, maybe? 45. Marissa opened their mouth to begin, stopped, then turned around to where Bamboo hatted Kim and Indu were. Mentor... Water dropper. Bekja water dropper. Assist defense stuff. I just want to remind myself. It is trust. Trust through counter or skill 3 is my yeah. A little harder to control. Okay.
마치
Ah, that one wants LCD Ishmael slot 1. Good point. We'll do that next time.
순순히 오라를 바로 나가기 싫다면
What teams did other people use for this event? I'm sure, like, full-on Blade Lineage was popular, I just didn't.
멈춰.
I'm always careful with my materials. So I didn't super feel like leveling, like Sinclair and Otis in particular. I don't know if my Sinclair is even uptied.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Good overthrow. Oh wow.
여기 심장.
But I still wanted to be like partially on theme, which is why I have like a sort of poise slash trying to do pride res without being fully. If I had the ego, I probably would have done closer to full blade lineage. Interesting.
그대는 어디까지
Oh, full blade. Yes. Oh, yes. There were a bunch of comments on the last stream that I didn't get a chance to look at yet. I'll go through because there was some questions I needed to answer. I'm glad that they're still holding up if you use them together, and I'm sure the ego helps.
검의 길에 한 걸음 더.
I hope Kurokumo also gets.
끝.
Because I raised Kurokumo, Greg. And like, he's one of my favorite. I love his animations. I love his voice lines. The way his like little coin flips when he does his skill 3 is so much fun. So I want him to work.
그려낸
Kim has special dialogue with Mare after using the oh. Thanks, Kim.
귀와 요격. 떨굴 수밖에.
Actually, if we do want, I want Jun to return. I really do. He's one of my favorite NPCs. They get like Jun upscale. Oh my goodness. Cause he doesn't like die on screen or anything. Okay, let's swap Ishmael. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Bamboo-headed Kim lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhales, who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Oh no! I think he's dead. Not until they say it in red. At least put a little effort into your lies. Nothing happened. I didn't wanna. I was like, can we side with the prisoner? Okay. Oh wait, that's the hard one. Oh wait, no, it's not. It was just that effect. Okay. Oh, there's story. Okay, sticking. Let's swap you around.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
No, it can't be. My life is. The experiences, the memories I'd recorded are different. Alas. I remember this background. Oh, what good times. I'm remembering when it was announced that we'd be getting, like, Kim-themed events, and then the trailer came out, and it was not only getting Bamboo-headed Kim, but we seem to be getting like a distorted Kim boss fight. I think that was one of the most hyped trailers for me. Alas, Kim Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I've been here before. Have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be, indeed, the right state counselor's estate. Someone who I'd once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. I'm just looking at chat. I want more ways to, like, interact with poise now. I don't know what would make it, like, better, like, long term. Maybe something you inflict on the enemy. I guess there's, like, better red plum blossom, but good. Look at the blue fire. Watch out, Indu. Take a tall step over, you might trip. Oh. Their body is splayed about the yard. I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the counselors? No, they were killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. I don't think that's the appropriate sound effect here, Dante. Though I had but a moment to glimpse at it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. The wise bamboo had Kim calling them assassins. In this corrupt land, the right state counselor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state counselor, with the cheat state counselor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. They're kinda like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. This is gonna be... There's some foreshadowing when we have to branch out from Limbus. Also looking at chat, Shifao, I was so excited for Shifao, she looks so cool. And yet, what assassins there had been in the past are at least... What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recalled thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state counselor's power had grown to loom over the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate counselors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I failed you, counselor. There was simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the counselor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I know who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state counselor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favors repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you have been hard at work. Accursed parasite! I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Counselor who toils days and nights in service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left State Counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. All those who live by the sword as uncouth as you, the cruelty of your damning words is an impression upon a decent man like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that man, bad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the Revered Right State Counselor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state counselor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state counselor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he had personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble counselor are slain, the bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court? Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. Spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the counselor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The counselor? Might you be looking for the right state counselor here, alive and well? May I see him? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, "Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state counselor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths, just to lure me into a trap? Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungom, loud blade. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be." For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered right state counselor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the right state counselor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with S-Corp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the counselor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. He does so villain. on, Hobe! And let the aura bonds take you. He still looks cool. They both look cool. All the designs this chapter have been amazing. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ungum. And with that brand of Nobi sapping your strength. Oh, it literally does it. So are the Sansai's prosthetics or what? Oh, I assume he can just do that. I mean, can't you? Can't we all? Can't wink. There we go. Even your mastery with the blade will only dull. I find it funny how she has a tie with the power armor. That's what makes it run. I mean, this is Project Moon. You gotta have suits. Are you to be an executioner, Gyeongup? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The counselors abandoned me. There's no path forward. But Pipio Agro Industries is more corrupt than I thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test the other gambits in the next round. She's so cool. I feel like someone said when I was like, who's gonna be the Bakgak unit? Is she safely it? Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9-star points on the board? And find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. Are we sure? You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you'd still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two. And you are needed. S-Corp's future is in the need of those who are less bound by expectations. Like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. I mean, I assume the story continues, because why is she appears the boss? Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They're both debts to be repaid. Oh... this is referencing a real story. This general did release some prisoners at some point against the wishes of the state. I definitely need to look up all of this afterwards. Gyeongup, come with me. There's no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. When they're talking about it in terms of like a rigged game, it does sort of add a little bit of extra tragedy to end up in the library of all places. Talking about a rigged game. Listen, that might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? Oh. There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Escorp, yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escorp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Go with the flow! Yes, yes. Do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. Yeah, losing the library and then ending up right in the middle of the Kurokumo. To be fair, almost all the people got a better ending by falling to the library. I mean, in the end, but I think in the moment of being in the library. Also to Mary. What even happened to the puppets? But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to Escorp. That's all. Though I'd left the rigged game, my records afterward weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, there we go, till eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gyeongup had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid forms began to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after. Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Yep. Yeah, there's still a bunch of mysteries about that I particularly want to know. Philip, R-Corp. Muller Office and most of the others got stranded across the city. It's better than they were. Look, they got out. It is better than they were. I'll let you handle that. Where are you clashing? I'll let you handle yours. Guess we could... I think we're fairly safe for some of these. Get a bit of resonance. But yeah, R-Corp with the two clones released. Philip is forever my big question, because I think there's so much potential to like continue. I don't even need like a continuation of like a character development arc. I just think what his deal is fascinating. Who's Mars's mom? Nemo, of course. Actually, yeah. So you'll get that kill. Where are you going? Okay. Oh, you're gonna get the kill. Anyway. Who wants to take that? You will...
발광. 차단. 아름다운 것.
Oh yeah, Jan, of course. Mars and Lulu, sorry. Mars and Lulu will be dropped the opposite sides of the city. I'm still waiting for my Lulu Heath ID. At least give me the skin.
소리와 호흡은 멈추고
That one really made me laugh.
발광. 차단.
Bonk.
이게
This is why I don't like going through like the library.
심장이
Or like going up power levels too fast.
귀와 요격. 변수가 이어졌다면
So I feel like we have less chance of like seeing what's up with Mars and Lulu. Unless they like zoomed up really fast. Oh, San and Bada too. I remember the day of the reveal. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chunokuns, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you've seen the wretch. The Chunokuns began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. They hiding him for some reason? We will say you don't know, then slowly turn toward the haystack. Went them in the wrong direction. I'll just go through it. Oh, thank you.
미호스럽군.
Right for the end. Sorry for skipping just that part. I'm just trying to preserve my voice.
마침내
Oh yeah, no, I'm assuming the pianist feels like something that could be like a fight in a Valpurgis type of thing. Okay, you're taking that one. Gotta go unplug my headphones. All good. Having to survive the pianist while waiting for Roland to appear. Oh, that would be fun. Yeah, if we can't... Without Gali appearing, I'm fine with Roland actually showing up. Let's work on resources a little bit.
발광. 차단.
I mean, the main thing we're looking for is... Luricalgia, but... should get that up and running ASAP. And you need your sanity! You both need your sanity. It's like everyone's at 45. 1. I prefer the pianist in his haunting the narrative role. It's getting to see, like, getting to do the Church of Gears directly. I feel like we kind of passed the threshold there. I guess like the mystery of the horror. If we skip like the early, I mean, I feel like they might just show what happened to Angelica, which I don't want to see. I think that's very fine to leave the horror to your imagination. Gushing. If we hadn't already done like I was thinking about it, like I don't love the idea of seeing doing a core suppress. Like there's a time early on when I was like, I didn't super like the idea of Valpurgis like narratively. I don't necessarily like the whole Limbus crew like understanding all of the secrets of LobCorp like without meeting the characters directly. But I think we're a bit past that now. There's like so much narrative weight to like what that cast went through, and I think there's like, if they do learn about it, it's probably like gonna be a big heavy reveal, but now it seems to just gonna be part of like a Valpurgis event. What's the term? Jump the shark with some of that. Like the idea of them understanding Angela's entire story without ever meeting them. Because like, I wanted to imagine when we finally do meet. Because I feel like it's inevitable we're gonna run into the library. I like the library the most for the relationship with Limbus Company is them to start out as enemies, because you know, because I can see them like they're collecting the golden boughs. It feels like something they wouldn't, even if they're out of the city now, they wouldn't want. Well, we don't really know Limbus Company's like entire objective, but I imagine it's not something great and not something like the librarians wouldn't necessarily support or Angela support. So we're sort of running into a crash course with like library as enemies, at least for a little bit. Presumably wherever like Limbus takes us, if it's going to be the entire story of the city, taking care of this part. Thank you, Endu. Eventually all our protagonists will join forces. But before we enter, but now I feel like by the time we get there, the cast is just gonna know everybody and be like, oh yeah, don't worry, we understand your tragic backstory. It's okay, we're all friends. I I want them to fight each other and be overwhelmed by the library at first, and like then the library becomes a faction. I mean, imagine that when like we're like fugitive Limbus company, but also like Roland and Geb find their way back into the city, and we're also like on the run from them because they have their own objectives, whatever it is. Or maybe it's all outskirt shenanigans. Imagine Dawn realizing, like, the red mist is an enemy here. Okay.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도.
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I'm left bereft the paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind, indeed. Now, all that remains is to neutralize the one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? The one other named character. Expect to find Im Gyeonop in there. Gyeonop was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of S-Corp, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is it not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Im Gyeong-op appear as the monster does, Mentor? No. Gyeong-op wasn't like that. Gyeong-op. I still believe that Salpipio Iger Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious, corrupted, and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to Scorp, whence I had fled. So I let the blade sing my inner thoughts. You think I'm satisfied with the way Scorp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in the rivers of yours would pull you back to knock on the gates of S-Corp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You, at least, seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im Gyeonop, Second Ordinant of Salpipio Agro Industries, official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command. That's getting into a when they cry face over there. And sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Like that, I'm just gonna... If this is all you think of me, I'm just gonna... act the way you believe. Oh, we get to see her! Well, I mean, the flower's covering her, but... Imagine in Gilmo. Okay, let's take a look. Panic. So how different is this? In the turn where this unit equipped envy skills, this unit will not be affected by swordplay of the homeland style stack adjustment effects and will reset. Okay, stack to 5. Again. Fragile. She's mostly the same, but several surprises. Okay. It's gonna skim. The olden tales say that Sal has ever been the first to spearhead a slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. The Pea harvests the blood that spills forth from each open flesh wound and turns it into endurance on the battlefield. And Peel takes close of the slaughter. They part one joint from another, bringing the enemy to their knees. Then a blade through the neck bone finishes the collective act of killing. Gain 5. Poise. Then you have the arrow. Use powerful skill regardless of swordplay of the homeland. At 55 or less HP, use a powerful skill regardless of swordplay of the homeland. The sword of the homeland passed down this Sal court is not at its heart an art of killing. To cut and cut again till blood runs dry and its bone is laid bare. That is the essence of this art that strips the opponent's flesh into ribbons. That is the sword of the homeland practiced by Sal. Martial art of perseverance, you get poise. A lot of bleed. And splitting memory, yield my flesh. Deal and take 20% damage on critical hits against and from bamboo-hatted Kim. This flesh I claim. Ox splitter, bear splitter. Sword of the homeland. So clash start. So we lose it from clashing and then gain it by unopposed. Okie dokie. And let us begin. Actually, where is... Okay, you're taking one of the easy ones. Let's just start with Thoracalgia. Get that up and running. Oh, I love this track. Just let it for now.
시연합니다.
이 순간이 다
6,000. They have an announcer, right? So I wish, like, he could have done a few lines for, like, the fight and such. For his, like, battle unit. Like this. Okay, so now I get 4. Okay, Bow of the Homeland. Let's just remind. Airspine Breaker. 6 or more gain final power for every... okay, don't like that. 7+. Flash Loose. Bow of the Homeland style Arrow Loose. Targets enemy the most bleed, unaffected. Consume 3 poise on self to gain firepower +2. Unbreakable. Oh, 5 bleed and 4 count. Raise stagger threshold. Okay, so how hard is that? Oh yeah, okay, not great to clash with. At least for now. I think we're gonna be pretty okay with poise. I think we would rather keep it down based on that. Oh, wait, you want that? Oh, unclashable. Excuse me. Unclashable with cis units. Paradise. Okay, there we go. Clashable with... Okay. I mean, I feel like I say I love this track to like every track, but it's true, it's good.
순순히 오라를 받으시죠. 이어.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 이 순간이 다 되었느리라.
A nice callback to the previous Blade Lineage. I know, I love it.
낮도 밤같이
The same sort of
숨이 다
vocals.
배어냈군.
For... Okay, envy skill, but Kim's going for it, it looks like. Even Sangun shall be cleft under the sword. Targets enemy at the most bleed, cannot be staggered from taking damage till the skill ends. Final power plus 4 for bleed. More than 6, and we're at 3. This skill always flips head. Clash with this skill always flips head, hits critically, and does not consume poise count. Deal 20% damage on critical hit for every 2 sword blade of the Homeland. Well, Kim's going for it. I think I'll trust him. I mean, you always gotta trust Bamboo added Kim. Guess I didn't notice that clash win and sent Kim Salt into Yola's flesh. Oh no! Always flips heads. Have we seen that before? Always flips heads? Well, there's an ego effect, and I know there's faith. Okay, I want to keep the bleed on spread. Okay, now we can balance them. Don't want to lose that skill 3. We'll keep it. Oh yeah, the Ting Tang. I totally forget. Oh, nice damage. Totally forget. He has that passive. Okay, now our turn. Okay, makes a
이
6.
순간이 다 되어내리라.
Okay, getting close. Bleed might have been interesting with this. Okay, what do you have here? No tiger's flesh shall be left on... You are close to the step. I wonder, how close are you? Yeah. I'll be careful. I think we'll do clashing. Even Sangun should be... No, no tigers. Okay. Targets enemy that has most bleed can clash with the skill regardless of speed, cannot be staggered from taking damage until the skill ends. Final power +1 for every 4 bleed on target. Clash to win. This skill always flips heads, hits critically, and does not consume poise count. Deal +20% damage on critical hit for every 2 poise on self. Clash lose. Ooh, activate bleed on target once. If the main target has 10 plus bleed, inflict 8 bleed count on the target hit by this coin. That's a lot of bleed. And End is going for it, but I think... I think we can pretty... I like to... It's multi-coin rate. Who has a good... Just checking some options. She's at negative 45. That's an option. Your sanity is good. I think we'll give it a shot. So where you're at 5. Lose, and then... Do you want roll anything? I mean, I've gotten my tails on very important... my very important... Need to win this clash. I mean, it happened in just in Railway. And how are we doing for like winning some of these? Okay. I'm going for bow. Oh, you're yielding my flesh there. On use, consume, on hit without cracking. Yeah, I don't know if I want to let you take that. Do you need to clash with that? On use. Actually, yeah, you'll have fun with that. I want to see yours. Okay.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Oh yeah, we probably could stagger you with you doing that.
한순간 반짝이는 틈새를 베어 앞으로 하나
That's okay, we'll still get the effect going.
불, 아,
We're gonna phase change because you had the like 55 SP thing, or okay, no, we can will on you a bit.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지 어째
Okay, so you have Furioso waiting for us.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Look at your bleed.
숨 막히도록 견뎌와.
Okay, so both of these.
절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했음.
지리해야 할
Okay. I think we're in a good spot with these. I feel PM thought Rufo was a little too strong. I used bleed for Rufo, so she was fairly straightforward. I think she's done, but
전부 잡아드리죠.
마음을 모방하겠어.
every time I see it, I'm still like, oh my goodness. I wonder what the like thought process was, because like we got like a nerfed like Tiger Slayer that was missing a coin. And yeah, when it comes to Furioso, I wonder what like changed. Oh, they bounce it around the event team since Blade Limited. That's fair. I don't mind that. She has an interesting gimmick. It's just one of those I don't feel like I really have to play into it necessarily.
딸아이도 이 상처를
Hermes insisted, Fury, you don't nerf Roland. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand. I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Verily, they appear evenly matched yet. He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. The blade worker's far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? It's a good CG. I like the yellow highlight in their eyes. Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade to lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of Escorp is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close, in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. As that is what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. Just as Bamboo hatted Kim and Im Kyung ready for their final bout, Endu leaped in between them. Endu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows. As though my path isn't haunted by ghosts. As though I can stand shamelessly watching before the eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with my life? With the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland. I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I'd gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That... Mentor, that weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. And I thought you were here to talk me into to keep on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time, that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another? Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. No, listen to her! And I've had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was means of relieving yourself of the burden you cast upon your own shoulders? Go and do! Go, girl! None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mentor? I know not what kind of shame your responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There's no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed. Perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what oh! Not what I said. I know who said that. Hey! And I know who's about to reject you. Interesting. Once did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Endu and Im going up were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as though bounced off by invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. Your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forged me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both? It seems that, in your excitement, you've cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. Let's flip that chessboard around. I appreciate it and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust the words of my last remaining followers have also reached your ears, I'm but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I'll take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, in Gilmop, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. And a bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you'll be okay with that? Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, the winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hi to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, if I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden, to no available. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. I love that he manifested the hat back. Everyone who said Aura lost yesterday, I think he deserves an apology. I'm telling you, it's Catmoe. It just makes him look even cooler in contrast. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. Oh yeah, remember the photographer guy? Yeah, well, I think we forgot about someone here. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences. And a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker, always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed into a can? That's all your life is. And my life, the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories. The experiences. The reality of your lives. I mean, the problem here is not just that people are addicted to the canned experience, it's that they feel that they need it in the first place. I mean, that's the real tragedy, that life in the city drives you to want that means of escapism. And there probably is something in it that makes it extra addictive. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Merceau's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Merceau? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Merceau. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet as faint she grew, it must be the distortion's powers waning. Hark, accursed one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chuno-kuns of Salpipio Agro Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipio Agro Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. And an entity of the fathoms slay one outside of it? Good question! Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Going up as a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Imgyeonip's shape slowly phases out of reality. And we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No. Sorry, Ezra. No way, don't tell me that headless corpses. We found a large group of injured and corpse staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. I mean, we solved the distortion.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상.
I'm assuming this is the last one. Oh no, my.
못했을 결과.
Yeah, one more. The subject. The subject. That can be like subject of experimentation or subject of the photograph. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Checking your radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? I mean, we were hired to solve it. The residents were hired us to get rid of it, so I mean, we succeeded there. I mean, I think we were very close to, like, making another step. But the day is saved. If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for the LCD team and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate that distortion from NCorp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked towards Endu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though. So it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Phew-wee. The point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear I'm never doing one of these without team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. Thank you, Ezra. We love you. It seemed that their responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you expected to. Is that understood, mentor? Endu, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Endu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case. Fine, you are released. Ew, you're giving me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say and do. I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. Too bad. I can pop that right into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened to the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way. Oh, I'll turn the bones in my arm shoulder into little chips. You'll get your day in the limelight once more, Heathcliff. I trust. Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. I think rewinding a dislocated shoulder is doable. By now I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. Dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I want to ask thee a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the NCorp's, pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? Uh-huh, and? Yeah, those who were sent to identify and capture the one who hath violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why they had to come to blows. Yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they're taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. The only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. And words hold water yet. Most puzzling, forsooth. I recall with clarity that, from a certain point, they'd begun photographing us with a renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Marceau. Given how often I had to rely on the information Marceau had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen... Marceau, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact amount of times they shot us? They are using shot quite a few times here. I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. But did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Oh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model if I do say so myself. Isn't that so? No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us, louder and louder. What the heck? N-Corp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of you guys? Listen here, we had to because of the distortion. See? It is as she says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging of us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you recommended. We are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me, manager. It's happening! Oh, hold on, Marceau. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Marceau did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Marceau, formerly One Who Nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magasin Sisyphe headquarters. One Who Nails. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the Eviction Regulation, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well, then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back, and please offer no resistance. I'm required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop! What the heck is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Marceau? Marceau, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back, as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say, you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I'll follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you're considered a suspect and we transported to NCorp headquarters for your trial. Oh, the trial's gonna be the Kanto. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is part of? Organize your arse. What the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize NCorp, a wing. We've done that before. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the NCorp's employees. So, where are you taking him? A retrial. A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Marceau into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Marceau, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Have I read the event resource? Yeah. I sound like just a photographer. Beams of light nailed down by a hammer. Ah. I always need to process. Oh. I mean, that's what I wanted. I wanted just a good, like a warp corp, warp event, little punch at the end. To set us up. Because I don't think we got, like, a huge amount for the last Kanto. I mean, partially it's because of Arknights, but... we got a little bit in Spring Cultivation. Oh, but... I mean, I was expecting, like, Trial as a backstory, like, maybe it already happened, and, like, Limbus Company got him out, but I'm so happy we get to do... I love court dramas. The season felt like it passed in a flash. It has felt weirdly fast to me. I mean, part of me, I'm being thrown off because I did the last intervallo quite late. And this whole year is a bit of a mess, honestly. Oh, but... oh, the photography theme is so cool. I know, curious to learn who Marceau shot. And what's the deal with Mama? I'm thinking the sun, they call the subject. What did you do? What did you do? But good overall intervallo. I definitely feel like voicing will make a lot of the Kim moments hit more. Definitely can't do that justice. Cause they got to record the announcer. I kind of wish he got to do like some of the battle voicing. Was not expecting to claim their bones 2.0 as the main event theme. I'm definitely looking forward to the discussions. Does sound like the gun may be a camera, which sounds tame, but I don't know. There are probably horrific implications. It's so... Oh... I want to know if, like, Korean has the same... like, double meaning for, like, shoot and shot. Cause, like, we have, like, the... I mean, shooting a camera and, like, shooting a gun. Cause, like, with the purple tear... I feel like that had to be known, because it definitely uses like the word for teardrop, but in English particularly we know it can also be read as tear. But yeah, like a retake on Kim's backstory, I'll definitely be interested. I still have to think about it. I do like this. I like this Kim, but I'm sure there's people who liked what we assumed was the main characterization. But I think the dynamic with Endu is really fun. Oh, I should Merceau's original character trailer back before Limbus released. I need to go look at that because he does say quite a lot in it, and it's sort of a characterization we haven't really seen. Even yet. Those trailers are kind of fun because their voices are also a little bit different. I remember watching them a while ago again and noticing that like some of the voice direction was a little different. But that was fun as well. Overall solid Intervallo. Yeah, I like the boss's mechanics, even though I guess you don't have to really engage with them. But I do like the idea that she's a bit easier just because of wanting to encourage like the Blade lineage team. And a cool character. I look forward to that ID in a year. Or however long it will take. But yeah, the introduction of like Ego can like upscale older units does. I like it. I mean, I'd rather them be, sorry to make the Arcanites comparison again, it's just what I've been playing recently. And I like how they handle stuff. They had modules which are like buffs and can like change mechanics, but they're unlockable. I'd rather these be like grindable, but I mean I suppose they are with shards, but they are gonna get locked if they're seasonal. But I still prefer it to like uptype 5. Next Kanto is my most anticipated Kanto, I think, because everything will come to a head. And Corp, the Looming War, Merceau story. I just hope we really focus on Merceau's story, and that's where I was worried, because I was like, I'm less interested in some of the like outer details than like very clearly the character's narrative, because I always feel like you can tell that stuff elsewhere, and the Kanto should be very character focused. But I can see how this all can come together very well. And it worked. That was like my initial like apprehension with, I guess, both Kanto 7 and Kanto 9 particularly, that they weren't I mean, Kanto 7 just has a very specific, we don't get Dawn's perspective on things until part 3, and then it was fine. And same with like part 3 of Kanto 9. Where Ryoshu isn't super involved for a lot of it, but then it absolutely like they hit all the beats they needed to. I guess it depends on the person, but I quite enjoy the game going away from the books closely and doing world building stuff. It's complicated. I feel like I'm in a minority. It just very specifically comes from like I like the smaller stories, a little more smaller, self-contained, and I always feel like this other stuff can be dealt with. Like, we only get to do a character's Kanto, like their reveals once, So I'd rather focus on that and do the other stuff elsewhere. But that's like a very personal opinion. I think everyone can like have their own views about what they want from a story. It's the same thing with thinking about Kim. I'm sure there's people who are going to be like disappointed by this new characterization, and I think that's absolutely fine. That they had fallen for a very specific character and it's not that, and that's okay. That's okay. Because you did have your expectations a bit betrayed. And I just really do like to see like Project Moon's take on stories, because that's the way they take like a really interesting stance or take on the original literature. I don't think they need to follow the book, but they should be in conversation with the original work. I like that. I think I said something towards the end of Canto 8 that they're both sort of responses or rejections or rebuttals or analyses of the original works, and I really, really like that. Particularly Canto 6 and 7, I think, are the strongest of that. Versus like Canto 8, which kind of didn't do a lot with the book. But I respect that that's not what a lot of people are coming to the game for, and I just wanted people to meet Shifeng. But I have to say, I have enjoyed every canto, and like they hit the emotional points at the end, and they make me cry, and something cool happens, and I'm happy. I'll need to think. It was Canto 9 is still funny to me to look back on now, because they were doing something really interesting with memory, and then it wasn't a bug. It was just wrong. It's still one of the funniest things that could have happened. I forgot about putting the fanbase gaslighting itself. I believed it. It was such a cool idea. I believed it. I totally believed it. It wasn't a bug, but it was the leaving the old CGs in. I believed it and thought it was really cool. But I was a big fan of Integro, which they still kind of like did their own thing with memory. I know I've been asked about like if I'm gonna do a video like I did a video on like the other literature. I don't know. Originally it was because I didn't know what I could add to like what's already been said about The Stranger. I needed my own take on it to do one of those videos. So that's what I did with like Kutagawa's works. Now I don't know if I'm gonna have like the time or to be in the right mind space. I feel like I haven't been as good at commentary recently, because my head's been a little bit elsewhere to do with a lot of things. I would like it because I love hearing you talk. I'd like to. I just need. I'm just gonna get back into literature and see if there's something I feel like worth doing, and I feel like I can handle it at this moment and can do it well. But I'll certainly have like read the literature and all stuff to bring up during the canto. I would like to do it, is what I'll say. We'll just see how things pan out. That was fun. I'll probably have more to say. I will continue with streaming Refraction Railway. I think each section will probably be its own stream. unless we can fit like maybe the last one. Well, the last one will probably just be like one fight. Maybe if they're shorter, we can do like 1, 2, 3. At least this chamber is quite a bit shorter than the red chamber. Quite a bit, which is why I wanted, like the same thing with Hell's Screen, I wanted to read additional stuff. It'll definitely be like the Myth of Sisyphus. But I love photography as a theme. I might like, maybe I'll like cut out my little lecture and make it into a separate video just so it's like out there as well. Because I was very happy that like this theme of photography is the like capturing of light. And what does it mean that photography is the truth? What does it mean to like distort that, quite literally? So I assume they'll continue to be explored outside the other themes of The Stranger, but a very nice setup for like all the photography stuff. Oh yeah, the refract trial. We can do that on stream because I haven't done that before, probably. Okay, I'd like to stream this weekend, but we will see. But that will probably be Silence of Blake Manor, and then we'll get back to Refraction Railway next week, and I gotta catch up on Valparaiso whenever that comes. But yes, thank you all so much for joining me. Even if did I have fun? I did, thank you. It always cheers me up. I will continue to try and be better with my commentary. And get my head back in the game. And I think I mentioned earlier, I hope I have something fun to show in the next couple of weeks, maybe? Some fun VTuber related stuff. But I hope everybody is doing well and continues to do well and stays happy, healthy, and safe. Thank you all so much, everybody, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye!